We get started here in just a moment or so. You ever have one of those nights when you can't find what you're looking for? That's tonight. Apologize. Jerry, what I'm going to read off is going to be a little bit different from what I gave you earlier. All right, let's go ahead and call this meeting to order and let the record reflect that all council members are present and accounted for. Tonight, the invocation will be given by Pastor Jerry Phillips from Sunrise Church. Pastor Phillips represents Sunrise in the community. He leads the Sunrise Partnership with the Santee Food Bank, leading a team of Sunrisers on the third Tuesday of every month. They load commodities into the cars of 220 to 250 families. On the third Saturday of each month, Pastor Jerry leads a team of college and career students that pack groceries to be delivered by a team of drivers. They deliver groceries to the homes of over 50 people within our senior mobile park communities who are shut in and unable to travel. He also serves on the board of directors of the El Cajon Pregnancy Care Clinic and is a strong supporter of the East County Traditional Living Center. Pastor Jerry's pastoral responsibilities at Sunrise are valued and cherished. Pastor Phillips and his wife have been part of Sunrise for over 20 years and have been part of the pastoral team since April of 2019. In 2001, Pastor Jerry received his Bachelor of Science degree in Business Management from Christian Heritage College in El Cajon. When he's not in church, Pastor Jerry's favorite thing is to do long drives with his wife, Pat. And if memory serves me correct, he also liked to golf. You still golfing? All right. And you like ice hockey also. And you actually go, do you ever go to the games or you see that mostly on TV?
Mostly on TV.
All right. Sounds good. So not to mention that, but you also like watching your grandkids play sports also.
Yes, we did.
And they're a big part of your life.
Yes, sir.
So I want to thank you for being here tonight, Jerry. And please pray for our nation, our state, and our city council, and the great city of Santee, and those in harm's way across the nation. So please rise for the invocation, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance. I'll lead the Pledge of Allegiance tonight.
Most awesome and wonderful God, we come before you today and we just thank you for this time that we can get together and meet as a community. Father, we pray for our nation. We pray for its strength. We pray for our state. And we pray for all our economy in our state. We pray for its leadership. We thank you for Santee. We thank you for the city that we call home. We thank you for each business that resides here. We thank you for this community. We thank you for the people. We thank you for the churches. We thank you for all that you do. Most of all, I thank you for the leadership that's here tonight that is standing before me. Thank you so much for each one. Thank you for their dedication. Thank you for their work. Thank you for their leadership. Father, we are benefiting from their leadership. In your name, most awesome God, amen.
Amen. Thank you, Jerry. Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. All right, tonight I have a proclamation. We don't have anybody here to actually receive this, but I wanted to make sure that I read this because I want it to be in the record. And it's the Santee Proclamation. It says, whereas the United States is a nation of immigrants whose strength comes from its diversity, and whereas the Constitution enshrines equality on all individuals, regardless of race, gender, orientation, religion, or political views. And whereas there is an ongoing escalation of hate speech that encourages the propagation of racist, xenophobic, anti-Semitic, anti-Asian, anti-Black, sexist, homophobic, and other bigoted views by emboldened hate groups and individuals. And whereas the city of Santee, in partnership with the county of San Diego, is a live well community and is dedicated to preventing and opposing hate and intolerance. And whereas education, compassion, and cooperation are key to unlocking understanding and embracing differences between people. And whereas we seek to join dozens of other communities in California's second statewide United Against Hate Week as an important step in bridging divisions and strengthening our communities. Now, therefore, I, John W. Minto, Mayor of the City of Santee, on behalf of the City Council, do hereby proclaim November 12th through 18th, 2023 as United Against Hate Week in the City of Santee, and urge all citizens to learn more about United Against Hate Week and the activities that are available through the County of San Diego at unitedagainsthateweek.org. Thank you. And then we do have a presentation by staff regarding the Veterans East County Alliance, also known as VECA, and announcing VECA's inaugural Veterans Awards Luncheon of Recognition known as Valor. And so...
Mr. Mayor, we do have a speaker from VECA who is here to make the presentation. So if you'd like to step up.
I know you.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and esteemed council people. Members, I'm very happy to be here. My name is Susan Roberts-Egley, and I'm here to talk to you today about the Veterans East County Alliance, which is VECA. And we have been together we were created in June of 2021. I came to the chamber. I had worked for the Grossmont Union High School District for about 30 years, and I worked at El Cap and El Cajon and then the Career Center, and I worked side by veterans, and I wanted to, after I retired, wanted to give back to the community and put a program together for veterans, and I wanted to focus on veteran-owned businesses because we're not doing enough for our veteran-owned businesses as far as I was seeing through the Career Center. And if you could go to the next slide, please. Is there another slide? Oh, I have it here? Okay, I'm sorry.
No, it's not up.
I didn't know I was going to do this. Cool.
We need to find it first.
It's about local control here.
Sorry about that. Well, anyway, I don't want to lose my time here. So anyway, the Veteran East County Alliance was formed with local officials and also chambers and the cities and business leaders. And we started off at about 20, a group of 20, and we've now grown to over 150 people in our directory. And we're very excited to be continuing this group. We have monthly meetings. There we go. And so I just click the next thing when I'm done? Okay. So we honor with a purpose, and we make sure that we work with the veteran-owned businesses, but not only veteran-owned, veteran-friendly, and veteran resources in our community. And we have, as I said, grown over to about 150 people in our directory, and we continue to grow weekly. And we have a lot of Santee businesses that are in that group. And in fact, many of those businesses you can see are listed here, and we're very proud that we have many of those businesses that are going to be in our upcoming event, too, and be our nominees. We are going to be having an award luncheon that's going to be on November 30th. It's going to be at Humboldt Casino, and we're very excited because Humboldt Casino is going to be our title sponsor, and so we're also a part of the chamber. Our program is a part of the chamber, and they're also our sponsor as well. We're going to be having an MC that I'm sure you all know, Barry Jans, and then our guest speaker will be Maurice Wilson, which started the Reboot program, and it's a fantastic transitional program for our veterans. We have monthly meetings that are throughout East County. We've had them at various VFWs, the Alpine VFW, the Santee VFW, El Cajon, and also Lakeside, and libraries as well in different businesses. We had started a Coffee Connect about 4 months ago, and we had it at various different locations. And now we found the home of Santee. Our Santee VFW has opened their arms to us, and we have it every third Thursday at 9 to 10:30 a.m. And actually, our monthly meetings are the second Wednesday from 12:30 to 2. We also have been involved in workshops over the past 2 years. We worked with Grossmont College to do an entrepreneur workshop, and we're now working with the San Diego Veterans Coalition to do an Onward Ops program, which is a transitioning program. And it's to welcome the veterans back into the community and from other areas, not only from San Diego, but from other states if they want to transition to the San Diego area. We also have been involved in doing a one-year celebration at Carlton Oaks, where we had a Top Gun event that was amazing, and in 100-degree weather, we had about close to 100 people joining us. It was a lot of fun. We've also had mixers at the VFW in Alpine, and we also did a wonderful breakfast for one of our veterans who passed away, who was also a board member at one of the chambers, David R. Still. In fact, we even named our grant after him. He's a great community member. We support a lot of different veteran partners. We have Liberty and Libations that we support on a monthly basis. Also, we did Bags for Baseball, who is part of our VECA group. And we have also tomorrow, we're going to be going and joining the Carlton Oaks with their hero program for veterans, too. So we're really excited about that tournament. And then this weekend, we did the Operation Dress Code. I don't know if you're familiar, but it's an amazing program for women veterans and providing business attire for them. We've also done holiday lunches at the El Cajon Police Department for the past 2 years. All of these events have been free in the past, but in order to go ahead and start filling our scholarships for our veterans, we now are going to be doing our award luncheon, and that's one of the reasons that we're putting it together. So we've given over 5 leadership leadership scholarships. I don't know if you're familiar with the East County Leadership Program. It's a fantastic program. It's a 10-month program where people are exposed to the East County, and our veterans are now going through that program. So we're really excited about that. And we've also provided grants to veteran-owned businesses that are struggling and need our help. And we plan on continuing to do that in the future, too. We've had the East County Posse support us, and the San Diego Parrot Head organization support us with their generous donations. And last but not least, I'm going to put a plug in one more time for our Save the Date. I know several of you have supported us already and bought tickets. I really appreciate that. I hope that more people in the community will also attend this event because we're going to be honoring veteran spouses, veteran employees, veteran-friendly businesses, veteran resources, and veteran small, medium, and large. And actually, there are several nominees from Santee that are going to be involved. Carlton Oaks is one of the veteran-friendly nominees and also an employee. And the Sega Security Services are one of our veteran small businesses. And QCMI is our veteran medium business. So we're really excited to have them part of our event. Thank you so much for your time. Do you have any questions at all for me?
Questions, guys?
No?
Thanks a lot. I do have to tell you that I'll be on the Mississippi River on 11:30, so I won't be able to make it.
Well, we'll think about it.
Apologize at
That's
that
okay.
time.
That's okay. Well, there's going to be some other people from your amazing esteemed council that'll be able to be there and get some information and bring back to you, too.
It's wonderful.
Thank you.
Thank
Thank
you
you very much for your time. I really appreciate it.
Thanks. All right, that takes us to our calendar and the consent calendar. Are there any items to be added, deleted, or reordered? Councilmember Hall,
No.
Vice Mayor Koval,
No.
Councilmember Trotter.
No, sir.
Councilmember McNellis,
No, Mr. Mayor, not for me.
City Manager.
Mr. Mayor, staff would request that the City Council pull item 12 from your regular calendar this evening.
Okay. City Attorney.
No, Mayor.
We have no speakers on the consent calendar, sir.
Motion to approve consent calendar.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
I have a second. Please vote.
Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you very much. That takes us to non-agenda public comment. Speaker slips.
We have two speakers, Brett Muta.
Come on up. Thanks, Brett.
I guess I have 3 minutes. This is the first time for myself ever being to a meeting, and I feel it's an important matter, which is why I'm here. I've been going to Helen over at Sal's Barbershop across from Santana High School for probably, I don't know, the last 10 years or so for my haircuts. I know what you're all thinking. This guy pays for a haircut. He does. Anyhow, I've been going there for about 10 years. She's seen my son grow from a little boy into what he is now. And every time I go there, probably over the last year or so, it's always complaints of the teenagers out front from Santana High School. And throwing things at her window, saying things to her customers, nothing I've ever witnessed. I do read about it on Santee happenings through Facebook, and you hear about it, right? Yesterday, I went to go get my haircut, and I had just picked up my son from school. And we're walking in, and my son Addison says, "Dad, let's come back another time." He was scared of the kids out front. And I said, "Absolutely not. Let's go. They're just high school kids. Just sit down and get a haircut. You get a lollipop when I'm done." And while I'm in there, an elderly gentleman is getting his haircut, and he finishes up, and he walks out, and he's immediately targeted by these children and saying, "Who the F gave you that haircut? They gave you a bald spot. You look like this. You look like that." He ignored them and went on. Then the kid walked into, I'm sitting down getting my haircut. My son's sitting on the bench. Then he walks in and says, who the F effed up this guy's hair? In front of my 11-year-old child. It's not right. It's wrong. She's had to lock her doors because she's been in fear. She's trying to run a business in my city. I'm born and raised here. 1981, literally born at home. But I was the second home birth of the day, so they didn't put me in the paper. That's my luck. It's not right. So then, when they came in, I simply said, in a calm voice, "Guys, leave her alone. Go find something else to do." Next thing you know, about 5 guys are teaming up outside waiting for me. They got the wrong guy. If I hadn't had my 11-year-old son with me, it would have been a much different story. Of course, when I finished up, they went away. But I dropped my son off at home and I came back. There he was. It wasn't so tough anymore. Obviously, I can't touch him. He's a 16-year-old kid. But all of a sudden, I wasn't staring at you. I didn't do that. I didn't walk in. It's wrong. Del Taco had to close its doors a couple years ago or whatever it was, a year ago. I didn't bring the lady's information, but she just started a business next to Subway. She's already commenting that it's a problem. Helen should not have to be scared to run her business. It's not fair and it's not right. As a customer, I shouldn't have to be in fear that I'm going to be jumped for protecting a business owner with my 11-year-old son there. It's not fair and it's not right.
Brent,
Yes, sir.
did you leave your phone number on the slip?
Yes, sir, I did.
Okay. Captain, can we get a hold of Brent? Was it Brent?
Brett.
Oh, Brett.
Yes.
I already gave your information to the captain, so thank you for providing that.
And one other thing I did want to add, there is marijuana being smoked out front. That's another wonderful thing that I'd like to have my son see. It's just the frustration. The reason I'm here is because I'm frustrated. Addison sometimes asks, can I get on my bike and go get frozen yogurt? Not a chance.
All right.
It's Santee.
We're going to.
We're better than this.
We're going to have the sheriff contact you, and we'll probably get a report back from the sheriff on exactly what they're going to do. So thank you for bringing it to our attention.
And we'll make clear that the Grossmont Healthcare, or that one.
Great, thank you.
Very much for your time.
The next speaker is Helen Leonard.
I owned a barber shop
Helen,
over there.
can you pull the microphone a little closer? Thank you.
Yeah, around 10 years. Before the COVID, it was okay, but after that, this couple you joined me headache. Every day, like 2:30, 3:30, 2 round. I need to lock my door because they come to harass my business. Said something like very discrimination, the sentence. I even cannot repeat. And then they also like cursing on me. I try to ignore them. And then they feel like, oh, and then start cursing, make you angry. But I never can talk back language to them. And give me little finger, I never can do that. I just lock my door. I pay almost 3,000 rent for a month. I don't know, I want to get out, but I need to wait for my contract done. So I try to complain to the principals. Only 2 times they can take care, and then keep coming. I even have the picture and then the license plate, and then call the sheriff 25 minutes, nobody come. So I don't know how to do. My landlord in LA, they're not good either. So I feel like very frustrated, you know. I love my job, I love my customer. I like to, help Santee to have business, but at the same time, it's very difficult for me. I just hope, I don't know how some patrol, the student of the Santana principal can take care of something. So not only me, I get harassed, the donut lady, and then came in the 2 girl. I want donut, my birthday. The lady said, no, you're a parent. I don't have parents. And then they try to, I want $1,000, pick this, pick that. I said, we didn't have money, ran away. So all time they want haircut, sit down, they ran away. So I don't know, it's very headache, you know. I just want to let you know, it's very difficult for the small business in the mall. So thank you. Hopefully,
You're welcome.
Santee City can do something.
We hear your complaints, and we certainly understand your fear and your desire to stay here and do business like you always have. We're going to have sheriff look into this, and we're going to get a report back from them, and I think we can solve this issue. We can fix this.
And today, one homeless guy, not homeless, he all time restraining order, I don't know his name, Sometimes he pick the window of the car, and then sometimes he pick the trash can. Then today he take all the trash from the dustbin, the trash. My husband say, "Why you do that? It's not your business." And then my husband called the sheriff. So long they come here, already gone. Big messy, very
Okay.
big messy.
Okay.
Yeah,
Thank
thank
you.
you.
Thank you
so
very
much.
much.
Yeah.
Ellen, thank you for coming tonight.
Any other
No further speakers, sir.
Thank you. That takes us to item number 8, which is a public hearing for an ordinance amending Title 13 zoning ordinance of the City of Santee Municipal Code, modifying vehicle storage yard from a use that is currently prohibited to a use that is permitted without a minor conditional use permit in the light industrial zone, and approving an exemption from the California Environmental Quality Act in accordance with Section 15305 of the CEQA guidelines. Michael.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of council. This item is a request to amend the zoning ordinance to allow vehicle storage yards in the light industrial zone or IL zone with a minor conditional use permit. Currently, they are prohibited in the IL zone. Pursuant to Table 13.14.030A of the zoning ordinance shown here, vehicle storage yards are presently permitted in the general industrial zone, but not in the light industrial zone, and they're permitted with the minor conditional use permit. The minor conditional use permit is a discretionary permit application reviewed at the director's level and ensures the proper placement, screening, operations of such facilities. Currently, similar uses, including fleet storage and recreational vehicle storage, are allowed both in the IL and IG zones with a minor conditional use permit. These uses are similar in nature as the fleet storage and recreational vehicle storage are similar in nature and have similar considerations as would just the vehicle storage yards. So staff feels that allowing vehicle storage yards in the light industrial zone with a minor conditional use permit would be reasonable on those grounds. And this is the suggested change to the zoning ordinance. So I just would like to clarify that, just to be clear, that the zoning ordinance makes a clear distinction between vehicle storage yards and auto dismantling or wrecking yards, which are expressly prohibited in the city. And here are the definitions for both. So a vehicle storage impound facility means any lot or lot area or parcel of land use designed or maintained for the specific purpose of storing, impounding, or keeping motor vehicles, but not including dismantling or wrecking activities. And then we have a definition for automobile wrecking, which means the dismantling or wrecking of used motor vehicles or trailers or storage, sale, or dumping of dismantled or wrecked vehicles or their parts. So this change would not allow that, and we continue to be prohibited throughout the city. The zoning ordinance amendment would apply to all properties in the IL zone citywide. As previously mentioned, vehicle storage yards are presently only allowed in the IG zone with a minor conditional use permit in the area shown in this map. With the proposed amendment, this would expand it into areas in the IL zone, as shown in this map. And here's the citywide zoning map that shows how those properties relate to the surrounding zones. I'd like to reiterate that with the proposed amendment, it would require a minor conditional use permit that would need to be approved by the planning and building director, and the city would maintain the discretion to guide the location of that use and also place special conditions on the use, including ensuring that there's proper screening, site improvements, operations, and any potential time limitations that the city would want to place on the permit. As the proposed zoning ordinance amendment does not change the intensity of the land use or the zone itself and is only a minor change in land use limitation, it is exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act pursuant to CEQA Guidelines Section 15305. Staff recommends that the City Council conduct and close a public hearing, find the subject ordinance exempt from CEQA, and introduce the ordinance for first reading, and schedule the ordinance for a second reading at your next regularly scheduled City Council meeting on December 13th of this year.
Thank you. Speaker's lips?
We have no speakers, sir.
Thank you. Laura?
Thank you. I just would like to add on this item, just based on my experience with RV storage, that a condition should be that the vehicle's operational. So, I saw all the stuff about dismantling and all that stuff, but, I think it's also important. It could look perfectly fine, but not run or sit for a long time. And, requiring registration, those kinds of things. So it doesn't become a junkyard.
Yeah, there's actually already, a vehicle code that requires vehicles to be operational even on private property, and if they fall into a hazard, it actually can be removed by law enforcement from the property. I think that's still in the code, right? It's been a while since I had to do that, but so that that's just a help. It helps us out. So, Ron?
We'll definitely make sure of that.
That's an easy one.
My concern is, I've seen like tow yards that will tow cars in there, and all of a sudden their use is kind of stretched where they are dismantling and they are painting and they're storing chemicals. Do we have any plans to inspect these places, or are we're just going to take their word that they're going to follow the rules?
That would be part of the minor conditional use permit. There's usually an inspection timeline and some sort of schedule for
Annually?
inspections.
Annually, every 5 years, every 10 years? How often will we be inspecting them?
We're seeking direction. We would evaluate the minor conditional use permit at the time and the type of vehicle storage facility.
I think we should
and then based on
start
the-
inspecting people, because people don't necessarily follow the rules if they don't. Like the fire department will come over and you better have all your plugs plugged in, have power cords on all your plugs, power bars on all your plugs. Otherwise, you get a nice little notice. I'm just wondering, is code enforcement going to be able to go over there and inspect them?
Consult with the planning director who'd be approving the minor conditional use permit request for maybe how often do you think we would condition it for inspection?
We were definitely open to suggestions for how often they could inspect, but I also wanted to note that if we did receive a complaint along those lines, that we would go out and immediately inspect that site, and one of the conditions would be that they wouldn't be allowed to do that, and they could lose their ability to have that use on that property. So that often is also an incentive by having it be a conditional use permit versus allowed by right.
Well, I've always found that if the fire department comes walking into your office, and not picking on the fire department, but well, it was every year with San Miguel actually, but it definitely motivates you to follow the rules, and so I don't necessarily want to motivate one every year, but
So, yeah, it could
sometimes
be
we need to look at
complaint-driven.
what's going on.
As often things are complaint driven.
Yeah.
And so, but we could set up an inspection schedule to make sure that doesn't transpire.
Yeah. I'm sorry, Laura, the reason I gave you that look was because of same thing. It was just getting with Councilmember Hall over here. Like, this is stuff that, let's be honest, who's going to go in there and start every vehicle to make sure that they're all operational?
So what we would require at Santee Lakes for our 300 storage sites is that you fill out paperwork.
That says it's operational.
And registered.
Registered. I give you registered.
Yeah.
I'll give you registered, but operational, like, be a dead battery. It's not operational at the moment. It's got a dead battery.
But and we also, like this site, or whatever sites, I would imagine, has staff on site that, I mean, we know when they're coming in and out. Ours is gate access. We can actually track all that stuff with data. So,
Well, then I won't tell you that my RV in your facility didn't run for over a year.
okay, well, good to know.
You know, council member, you do have a right to remain silent.
I know. It runs now, but it didn't for over a year, and it was there.
Well, I mean, I think still.
It's just what I'm saying.
there's
It's
gonna
just,
be- there's-
I get it. The registration, I get that. And the other part of it, we're going to make sure that these are all fenced off areas, that they're all guarded, they're all gated, not guarded, but they're fenced off properly so that it's not eyesore to everybody. What they're doing behind that, I mean, like everything that we do, if there's complaints, we're reactive, not proactive, and that's good and bad to both of it. But the reality is, we run a lean and mean shop here. We don't have staff that's just going out knocking doors just to see if we can find a problem. I don't want to be that city that's always looking for a problem. I want to know if there is a problem that we can solve it, but I'm not looking for problems all the time. So I'm
I
fine
just
with
want
the way
to
this
jump
is
in,
written.
though, on your comment, though. At Santee Lakes, where your RV was not working for a year, you were in a designated spot. I could envision a place like this behind a screen fence where maybe they're just putting some cars behind some cars, and all of a sudden you have an emergency. An evacuation can't happen because one of the vehicles can't start.
There's another issue that will be done with the conditional use permit as to how they're parked,
How they're staged.
how they're staged, so that public safety can get in there,
Right.
in and out of there safely themselves and take care of whatever needs to be taken care of. But that's part of the conditional use permit, correct?
Yes.
Yeah.
Part of the
I don't have
consultation
that in front of me.
process.
Okay, so, I mean, that's why we talk about it.
So with that in mind, I motion to approve staff recommendation.
Michael, what has prompted this zoning ordinance amendment?
There's an interest in establishing an auto storage facility in the city.
By who? By you? By somebody else? But interest by what?
By the Cameron family with TC Construction.
Okay. So the that's where I want to go with this. The light industrial, is it permissible in the commercial zoning
No,
also?
it would not be. It isn't currently permitted, and it wouldn't with the zoning ordinance
But
amendment.
isn't there some light industrial and commercial zones that overlap? They're allow both uses?
It wouldn't be allowed with the dual zones. It would only be allowed in the IL zone.
Okay,
exclusive
so not
IL
the dual
zone.
zones at all?
Not the dual zones.
Can you go back to that map that you had up there for a second? The next one with the red on it. Okay, so where the big IL is there left of the 67, the one that's below that, the IL with the GC, that is not
So
allowed.
here it wouldn't be where it's a dual zone.
Okay, that's what I want to get a little further clarification, because I know we have some dual zones, and so it's only these single light industrial zones.
Yes,
Yeah,
that's
okay.
correct.
All right, I just wanted to double check that, because I knew we did have some commercial in there. All right. Second motion.
Yeah, before we go on, just to answer your question a little bit further, what brought this actually up is that the Camerons were looking to lease a portion of the property, and wasn't complying. And so even to get a minor conditional use permit, we have to do this basically. And what didn't make sense to me is that you can put dump trucks, tractors, trailers, and all kinds of, big equipment on a property, but you can't put a car. And that just didn't make sense. So I talked to the city manager. We figured that, with staff, and they've said, well, we can find a fix for this, and this is what the fix is. And I think the complaint-driven enforcement is the most reasonable. Not that I don't like disagreeing with you, but this time we do.
You're not disagreeing with me.
So-
I didn't say that. I just said that I don't understand how, I don't have the back history of,
Okay.
how it
Well-
works. So I just want to make sure that they work.
Sure. And there's really three different ways of looking at the enforcement. And Counselor, remind me, because I can't remember, but because this is a permitted use by the city, does the applicant or the business, I guess in this case, do they actually forfeit their Fourth Amendment right in this so that we can do an inspection without having to get a warrant, or are we still required to get an administrative warrant in this situation if they say, no, I don't want you to come in, or how's that work?
Normally, we would have a condition that would allow us to access the property for
Right.
inspection purposes. It's not truly a, Fourth Amendment waiver in the broader sense,
Right.
in the criminal sense, but I mean, for use purposes, yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, so that's, in some cases, though, we can get an administrative warrant, which allows entry to make those, even the fire department on occasions will use an administrative warrant.
Yeah, but I mean, this one is much more direct than that. I mean,
Right.
we usually if there's an abandoned building or some building residential, we
Right.
have to get warrants to go into there. But this is a typical inspection process where we would have the right to go in, usually during normal business hours and inspect the property, and they would not be able to prohibit us from doing that. And if they did, then that would be a violation of their permit, and we would be able to revoke it.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure that there's just all kinds of options out there.
Yep.
And whatnot, so.
Absolutely.
All right then, anything else, and then I'll call for the vote here. Let's vote.
Motion carries unanimously.
That takes us to item number 9, which is a public hearing for conditional use permit P2022-5 for a 4,307 square foot church facility and related site improvements on a 0.61 acre lot located at 9300 Pike Road in the neighborhood commercial zone, and finding the project exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act pursuant to the Class 32 infill exemption. And I'm guessing Michael's on that one too.
The item before you tonight is a request for a conditional use permit for a church on the northwest corner of Carlton Oaks Drive and Pike Road. The proposed church would be located on a 0.61 acre vacant parcel of land in the neighborhood commercial zone, as highlighted in this aerial before you. Immediately surrounding the site are single-family homes in the R2 zone to the north, the Carlton Oaks Plaza Shopping Center in the neighborhood commercial zone to the south, the Carlton Country Club Villas, which are in the R7 zone to the east, and an office building, which is also in the neighborhood commercial zone to the west. Here's another perspective of the site. This is looking at the site in a northeasterly direction from the corner of Pike and Carlton Oaks Drive. And this is a photograph looking west onto the site from Pike Road, and this is a photograph of the site looking north onto the site from Carlton Oaks Drive. This is the site plan of the proposed church facility. It would consist of the main sanctuary, which is highlighted by this rectangle here. And here's an elevation drawing of the proposed church. The church would consist of 76 fixed seats, and there would be one service on Sundays at 9:30 in the morning and one prayer service on Saturdays at 7 in the evening. No musical instruments will be used. This is more of a traditional church with solemn services, and it's all a cappella. The main church is located as far as possible. I'll go back to this image. From the northern property, which is a single-family home. So we worked with the applicant on positioning the actual sanctuary as far from the residential area as possible. And the church meets the setback requirements from residential including, and also the setback requirements along Pike and Carlton Oaks Drive. They also are proposing an adjacent social hall, which is highlighted by this rectangle here, that would be connected to the sanctuary by a breezeway. The site development would include site improvements, included parking, 19 parking spaces, drive aisles, utility improvements, and let's see, and landscaping. Access to the site would be, here's the elevation of the proposed social hall. And the social hall would be mainly used strictly by the congregates, mainly for prayer groups and also for gatherings after Sunday Mass.
So, Michael, where's the parking spaces?
The parking spaces
Oh,
are
okay, right there, I'm sorry.
here. Yes. So there'd never be like a church service at the same time as a gathering in the social hall, because normally they would meet for either food or drinks after the church service on Sunday mornings. And then as I mentioned, the project would provide 19 spaces, and that is consistent with our zoning ordinance requirement, which requires a sanctuary, which is based on the fixed seating within the sanctuary, and they have to provide one space at a ratio of for every 4 fixed seats, so at a ratio of 1 to 4. Site access would be from an ingress only drive approach from Pike Road, as shown by the arrows here, and an exit entrance drive approach along Carlton Oaks Drive, also shown here in this exhibit. The northern part of the property would be buffered by a landscape strip, and also a 6-foot-high wall would be provided to create additional buffer with the home to the north. And landscaping would be provided along the existing parkways along Carlton Oaks Drive and Pike Road. Here are some elevation drawings of the proposed church. These are looking from different perspectives, looking at the site. Here it's important to highlight the height. So the allowance in the neighborhood commercial zone is 40 feet. And the base height of this church is 25 feet. They are allowed to have an architectural projection, such as steeples or spires or domes, 15 feet above that base height, up to 55 feet. And they have architectural projections that go up to 52 feet, approximately 51 feet, 11 inches, which is within that limit of 55 feet. Here's an artistic rendering of the proposed site. This is looking onto the site, the main entrance, which would be from the parking lot, looking northeasterly from Pike Road. And the proposed church would introduce the Ukrainian Baroque architectural style, which is in line with the architectural traditions of the Ukrainian Catholic faith, with gold painted aluminum domes and cross spires, asphalt shingle roofs, gold painted fascia, and white exterior walls. As an infill site under 5 acres surrounded by existing development, the project has been determined to be exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act under the provisions of the Class 32 infill exemption under the CEQA guidelines. Staff recommends that the City Council conduct and close the public hearing, find the project exempt from CEQA, and approve the project by adopting the conditional use permit resolution before you. The applicant and some congregants are here to speak on behalf of the project. Staff can answer questions as well. Thank you. This concludes staff
Thank you. I have
presentation.
3 speaker slips.
Yes, sir. First speaker is Luke Miller. A reminder, you have 3 minutes.
Dear Mayor, Vice Mayor, and members of the Santee City Council, My name is Luke Miller, and I head the committee for St. John the Baptizer Ukrainian Catholic Church. Our community traces its founding to a picnic at El Monte Park in Lakeside in 1959, and my grandparents and relatives are among the founding members. After many years in La Mesa, our church purchased the parcel on Carlton Oaks Drive in Pike in March of 2018. And we've been working hard over the past 5.5 years to come before you this evening as applicants for a conditional use permit. We're a small community with an average of 50 total people at our singular and only service on Sunday mornings. The service we use is old, it's from the 4th century, and everything is chanted a cappella. We don't use any musical instruments or amplification in our services. To that end, we're considered traditional, and our millennia-old traditions inform everything from art to architecture. And given our relatively small size, everyone knows each other. After the Sunday service, we typically have a small coffee hour to socialize and welcome guests. Our community is broadly, but not entirely, made up of people with Ukrainian descent. One thing, however, that all of our community members have in common is a desire to be upstanding and contributing members of our one nation under God. Many of us have deeper roots here than others. My great-grandparents first saw Lady Liberty in 1912, but some in our community are war refugees from Ukraine who have recently come to this land seeking life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. And there are a few here this evening in council chambers. We have invested 5.5 years and well over $600,000 into this project thus far. Santee is a wonderful place. My father, who's here this evening, was once vice principal and then principal at Rio Seco Elementary in the 1970s, so if you were there, he's in the back if you have any beef. And he was 2 years as Kiwanis of the Year here in Santee. But that's not the sole reason this is a wonderful place. The city enjoys immense growth, prosperity, and many great amenities. And I can safely say our church community looks forward to calling Santee our permanent home and joining the many wonderful faith communities here in East County, like the pastor who from Sunrise Community Church. On behalf of our entire congregation, I want to extend special thanks to the Santee City staff across all the departments for their assistance over these past 5.5 years. And we thank the council for their consideration of our conditional use permit application this evening. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker, Reverend Yuri Sass.
Can you go ahead and pronounce that for us?
Dear council members, my name is Father Yuri Sass, and dear friends.
Thank you.
I'm Ukrainian Catholic priest. I came to the United States 7 years ago, and I belong to Chicago Diocese. They said, Father Yuri, you are a young priest. We have a wonderful parish for you in North Dakota. They sent me to North Dakota. After 2 years, they called me again.
That's a nice place.
Yes.
It's just cold.
No, not so. After 2 years, Bishop called me again and said, Father Yuri, you are still young. We have another wonderful parish for you in San Diego. No church, no rectory, no money, but a lot of opportunities to build new church. And I came, I thought that he's joking, but he didn't. But what I found wonderful people. All doors were closed for us. We couldn't find place for serving. St. Augustine Monastery opened their doors for us. And after 2 years, when COVID happened, monastery was closed. And over 1 year, we were serving in the garden in La Mesa. We had different temperature. The highest was 120 degrees. When we had rain, we served in garage. I give baptism in the park, and we had wedding at the beach. Since God, COVID passed, and St. Augustine opened the door. And during these 5 years, we were working very hard. We became stronger in our faith and our hope. I got another degree. Now I'm working full-time chaplain in Scripps Mercy Hospital, and I'm working part-time in Comfort and Peace Hospice. Look at them. St. John, raise your hand. You can see different people who were born many years ago over here, who just came. And we have this dream. And I hope with God's help, with your decision, our dream will be fulfilled. Thank you so much. God bless America.
Final speaker is Catherine George.
Good evening. First, I'd like to thank our Lord Jesus Christ and St. John the Baptizer for bringing us so far in our pursuit of the conditional use permit for this beautiful community. Good evening, Honorable Mayor Minto and City Council members. My name is Catherine George, and I have been the consultant for St. John the Baptizer for the last 5.5 years. I am a church builder, project manager for the last 12 years, and I have built several ancient churches in the city of San Diego, including St. Anthony the Great and St. Gregory of Nyssa in El Cajon. Second, I'd like to thank Michael Coyne and his staff, the city lawyers, Padre Dam officials, and our engineers and architects, including those from the church that have really stood by me and let me work as hard as I have to bring this to fruition. The Ukrainian community is a small faith-based and traditional community. As you can see, many of them here have shown up to support what we have been laboring over. We have followed all building codes in our design. We meet the parking requirements, the height requirements, and the green building standards, which are so important for our environment. Unlike the large Calvary and non-denominational churches, no offense, Father, if you're still here, St. John is meant to be small and contained, a neighborhood church. They do not have lavish and large events typical of Western weddings and the like, but instead have private and small events that honor God through the sacraments of marriage, baptism, and funerals. Loud music and ringing bells are not a part of that. This holy church will serve the needs of their community with solemn services and beautiful voices, not instruments. The social hall is for parishioners that are in church services and then progress to the hall for coffee and a light snack. The hall is not for rent to the general public. It is only for the use of the Ukrainian community at this church. In addition, the hall would not be used at the same time that the church is in service. It's an ancillary building to the actual Mass that's going on. So the people that are in the building, in the temple, will progress over to the hall. It has all the potential to become a monument to the city of Santee and an opportunity for everyone here to say to others, I approve that, taking ownership with all of us here tonight. We have spent more than $500,000 so far with more than $1 million more to spend to prepare the land and build the church and hall. We have agreed to...
No further speakers.
Thank you. Council?
Well, again, everything looks good. I just want to find out about the parking. Who am I going to talk to about that? I think that's all of our concern. 19 spaces, that's a little, makes me nervous. I know that center because my office used to be in that center, and they're booked. Matter of fact, we had an email earlier from the owner of that center, and I've been in that center. I mean, for me to find parking sometimes was hard, and so I just don't want to interfere with them. My question earlier to the people in the back there was, can you work some kind of deal with the school so if you do have overflow parking, you could park at the school there? Or will you try at least?
Oh, we would certainly try. Our intention is to be good neighbors. For point of reference, we are currently at St. Augustine High School, which is in North Park. That's in the middle of a neighborhood, and there's no dedicated parking spaces. We've been there off and on, except for a little small time during COVID. And we haven't had any issues that have been brought to our attention. One of our congregants is a teacher at that school, so we
would
usually get
know
the
it.
scuttlebutt if there's any issues. So we intend to be good neighbors, and we typically have 50 or so. There's a family of which some of the members are behind me, and there's 7, so that's in one car. So that's, we're getting in the percentages there. So our intent would be to neighbors. We're working to code. There's a couple electric vehicles in the church, so that counts for that. So we would be open to working with the school, and we would. We want to be good neighbors, and we wouldn't want to affect any sort of parking at the center across the street.
Okay, and again, that's my concern that's becoming a good neighbors. Let's work out a deal up front, and let's go ahead, because school district here is pretty easygoing.
Yeah, and we function realistically for 3 hours a week.
Yeah.
So it's there's just the demographics are such that we just don't operate during the weeks. During the weekdays, unless there's the one-off funeral. But we're functionally open for 3 hours on a Sunday morning.
Good. All right, I appreciate it. I'll make a motion to approve.
Thank you. Councilmember Trotter? Did you push the button? Go ahead.
Yeah, I was going to talk same thing about parking. I mean, 19 spots just seems a little light for a church, even of 50 to 75. But the reality is there parking on Pike? There is street parking on Pike?
There are 5 spaces along the frontage of the site along Pike, and then there are 5 more
beyond.
phases across, but
Okay.
normally those are taken up by Carlton Villas across the street.
Okay, so there's potentially parking there as well.
There is some on-street parking, yes.
Okay, I'll second the motion.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Yeah, my concern is parking as well. So, the county, our Santee Library is in that shopping center. We have overflow parking for Mass Park. On the weekends, I live, down the street from this location. So I'm glad something so beautiful is going in there, but I'm concerned about his parking as well. And I would just really urge people attending church on Sunday not to park in that shopping center. Find parking around the neighborhoods if the 19 spaces are full for some reason. That would be my biggest ask. And then I think the most impactful thing, once the church is built, it's great, but construction is impactful to the neighborhood. And I saw the construction schedule was Monday through Saturday, 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. I don't think that will work. So I would recommend not doing Saturdays.
We can certainly modify that condition of approval. It's just in line with our zoning ordinance, our noise ordinance, which restricts construction from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. But we can certainly condition to constrain the time to later hours and earlier hours.
Well, yeah, I don't think construction on Saturday is a good idea in that area. And I don't think construction to 7 p.m. when there's like a house right next door is a good idea either. And then also it's right, Pike is, the school is right there. So we have to make sure we're working with the school to not impact transportation, all those things. So those are things that I would want to consider in
on
this.
Saturdays. So we'll modify that condition then to restrict it to Monday through Fridays. If, of course, you would, with your motion, amended motion.
So, accept the amendment? Okay, thank you. Unlike everybody else, I don't think we need more churches. Just kidding. The church spent over $1 million, but the look on all your faces were priceless. So, all right, if there's nothing else, let's go ahead and vote. It's okay, I'll be here all night. Tip your waitress.
Motion carries unanimously.
Good luck, everybody. Thank you very much for coming out tonight. Just to let you know, we'll be going on here for a bit longer, so if you decide to leave, just do us all one big favor and go out as quietly as you can so that we can continue to do the business. Thank you. So that takes us to item number 10, which is a public workshop, I should say continuing public workshop, on the Town Center Specific Plan update and finding the action is not a project subject to the California Environmental Quality Act. Who's doing that? Oh, there you are.
I'm right here.
Mr. Mayor, members
She's
of
going to have
council.
some assistance.
You can put that down a little bit if you
We can?
You need to open your presentation.
Yeah, the whole thing goes up and down.
They still had the green screen. So.
While they're adjusting that, Mr. Mayor, members of council, I've been asked to give a couple of very brief opening comments on this item. You've seen most of this before, so these are just going to be some framework discussions. For those that are at home watching this on TV, there's been a lot of discussion about the projects moving forward, and we wanted to make sure that we bring forward to the community that this project actually started as a city council priority a couple of years ago, and that was intended to enhance the existing arts and entertainment district, to diversify and build the local economy, to help provide cultural and artistic public spaces, and to create spaces for our community to recreate and enjoy entertainment without having to leave the city of Santee. So this is a visionary plan. It goes for 20 years. It's expected to go for 20 years, very similar to the existing town center specific plan that was adopted decades ago on a piece of paper. This process will actually be able to digitize that process. This is a new vision. It gives this sitting city council a chance to frame the future of Santee for a 20-year period or longer, but still preserve the heart and soul of our community, which is very important to our council. We know that they have a real strong sense of community here, and as do most of our residents. The elements that are included in this vision are elements that have been presented from the city council dais. They've been presented in private meetings with council members, with stakeholders, with members of the public. So the elements that you see are conceptual. They're there as placeholders of what could be, what can be, what could be a part of a future vision, but they're not there to specifically design, this is what it's going to be here, this is what it's going to be there. The opportunity here is for the city council to give us additional direction on that and help move the plan forward. But we're not here to say specifically we want this project and these types of development impact fees. That's not what we're going after tonight for those that are in the audience tonight. Again, this is an opportunity to move our city forward. We heard a lot at a previous meeting regarding an Americana type of a vision. This is Americana with a little bit of a modern sort of trendy edge in some areas. It helps us with that pedestrian-oriented village atmosphere that we've heard a lot from our community. People laugh and say, you're going to really look at a bridge across the river, but those aren't pie-in-the-sky types of ideas. Those are ideas that were presented by our citizens with a goal of trying to figure out a way to get there. It doesn't mean it's going to happen tomorrow, but we would like to try to have that opportunity. So when you see the plans that are going to be presented, it's a very thorough presentation. The City Council has a chance to provide us with some guidance and some direction, and we're hopeful to move this forward to the CEQA process tonight with council consideration. But it's actually really, really exciting to have a chance to help frame the future of the city of Santee for the next 20 years. And we really look forward to sharing that with the council again, move forward with any comments that you have to make, and hopefully move on to the next phase. So I'm going to turn it over to Liz, and she's going to do a very thorough presentation, but that's just some background for you. Thank you.
Thanks, Marlene. Good evening, Honorable Mayor Minto, Vice Mayor Koval, and council members. I'm Elizabeth Ocampo Vivero, Principal Planner with RM Design Group. I'm presenting tonight to you on behalf of our team of consultants led by MW Steel Group, which includes RM Design Group, Intersecting Metrics, Helix Environmental, Graphic Solutions, and McCullough Landscape Architecture. I'm joined tonight by Mark Steele and Steve Cook and Dale Aquino from our project team. Our team has been working in collaboration with staff during the last few months, or years, I should say, including Michael Coyne, Sandy Sawa, and Marlene Best, to mention a few, which have been really instrumental as part of the preparation of the draft specific plan. And I'll walk you through the plan in the following slides. This planning effort began in early 2022 with a task to provide a vision for the Arts and Entertainment District. Our team conducted community outreach to understand the community's priorities and needs. And back in August of 2022, we presented to you a summary of what we had heard as part of that outreach. After staff applied and successfully received 2 SANDA grants, a Smart Growth Incentive Program and a Housing Acceleration Program grant, the tasks augmented to also update the town center specific plan and conduct project-level environmental analysis for the sites identified in the housing element within the plan area. The last months, our team has worked very closely with staff to refine the visioning concepts for this area and the preparation of the draft town-specific plan that you all received as part of the staff report. Mark Steele presented to you our overarching concepts for the potential development within the plan area back in September 13th, so not too long ago. And tonight, we will provide you with an overview of the plan. Before we begin the rest of the presentation, I would like to highlight that, as indicated in the staff report, tonight's council action for this item is to receive the draft specific plan and direct staff to commence the public review process. To provide some context, the town center specific plan implements the city's general plan. The general plan provides a long-term vision to guide the physical development of the city. And the town center specific plan, adopted in 1986, is meant to guide development within its boundaries as established in the general plan land use element. The zoning code establishes land use regulations and development standards applicable citywide. However, the town center specific plan provides a vision and tailored land use and development standards that are applicable within its boundaries. And the provisions in the specific plan will take precedence over those set by the citywide zoning code. The specific plan is intended to streamline development in this area, both in terms of review process and environmental requirements. The town center specific plan encompasses approximately 608 acres in a central location within the city of Santee. The plan is generally bounded to the south by Mission Gorge Road and 3rd Street, on the east by Magnolia Avenue and Cottonwood Avenue, and on the north by Mass Boulevard. It also includes areas west of Cuyamaca Street, and the San Diego River flows through the central portion of the area. The specific plan includes a series of concepts that illustrate development potential within some of its current vacant sites, but none of those represent projects that will be built as they are shown. These concepts are shown in conjunction with proposed mobility network for the area, unifying landscape concepts, as well as standards related to signage and potential improvements within the public right-of-way. And of course, this plan is consistent with Prop N, as it does not increase residential density and does not intensify uses within the area. The plan includes a series of neighborhoods which are identified by their location, development patterns, and potential mix of uses. Each neighborhood includes a vision statement, neighborhood-specific development standards. The specific plan will help shape the character of these areas by providing a framework for their future development. The following are the 5 neighborhoods addressed in the plan. Arts and Entertainment, which is highlighted in blue. Town Center Commercial, highlighted in purple. Mass Boulevard Residential, highlighted in orange. Park Avenue Residential, which is highlighted in red. And Institutional, which is highlighted in pink. The plan envisions that the arts and entertainment neighborhood will become a prime destination within the city of Santee, with enhanced connectivity to the San Diego River and a strong sense of place. This area is bounded by Riverwalk Drive on the north, Cuyamaca Street on the west, Magnolia Avenue on the east, and generally Mission Gorge Road and Riverview Parkway on the south. Future development within this area provides opportunities for residents and visitors, will provide opportunity for residents and visitors to gather with public spaces that incorporate features such as landscaping, treatments, water elements, shade, lighting, and wayfinding signage, as well as placing a strong emphasis on arts and culture and connections to the natural environment. The following are key elements for the vision of the neighborhood. a mix of uses that supports civic uses, arts and culture, entertainment, services, and community serving amenities, roadway facilities that provide connectivity between residential areas, and a new pedestrian bridge across the San Diego River to provide a north-south connection to support events and allow for passive and active recreation. A main component of the arts and entertainment neighborhood is the area identified in the plan as a theater site. The site's central location and its proximity to the terminus of the San Diego trolley line provide an opportunity for the development of an attractive destination for Santee's residents and visitors alike. Some of the main objectives for this area include a community space that provides flexibility for public events, which may include concerts, live performances, art installations, and festivals, a movie theater complemented with accessory uses, including restaurants, food halls, retail, and services that enhance the user experience, and public recreation facilities, which may include a play area and picnic areas. Facilities that promote arts and culture, such as a performing arts center and dance studios. This neighborhood includes 4 sites identified in the housing element, and this plan aims to support their implementation by providing a vision and objective design standards to guide their development. The arts and entertainment neighborhood incorporates the concept of an art trail to be developed along the channel within the large undeveloped area between Trolley Square Plaza and the Las Colinas Detention Facility. The art trail will provide connectivity from Mission Gorge Road to the San Diego River and will include locations for seating, sculptures, and art installations. The art trail will be complemented with landscaping treatments and lighting elements that will enhance the pedestrian experience within this neighborhood. The standards within the plan call for a buffer transition through landscaping treatments along the eastern boundary of the art trail to address its adjacency with the Las Colinas Detention Center. The specific plan envisions that the town center commercial neighborhood will continue to serve the city of Santee with a substantial number of commercial uses, including a variety of retail and service options within proximity to Mission Gorge Road and Cuyamaca Street. The specific plan recognizes the potential of this area to accommodate additional commercial square footage, along with the implementation of shared parking strategies among the properties in the neighborhood. The vision for this neighborhood will be supported by residential development of the property identified as Site 15 in the housing element, which is the property located just south of Walmart, which will bring residents and vitality to this commercial area. The specific plan also provides with a dual zoning provision for this property in the event that it could develop for commercial uses. The commercial uses allowed in this neighborhood by the draft plan are in line with those currently allowed, with some additional uses such as farmer markets. The specific plan includes a series of residential areas which are located south of Mass Boulevard and north of the Town Center Community Park. In addition to those existing neighborhoods, the specific plan includes 4 vacant parcels located north of the San Diego River and south of Mass Boulevard, which are designated to allow for residential uses and are currently vacant. The Mass Boulevard residential neighborhood is composed by both existing and planned residential areas that are located north of the San Diego River. These provide vitality and an influx of residents to the rest of the town center. The plan assumes that established residential areas will maintain their character while enhancing connectivity between them and the rest of the uses within the plan, including the completion of the Park Center Drive alignment and providing roadways within new residential development. The plan envisions that new residential development will be designed in consideration to the surrounding properties in terms of access, connectivity, and relationship to the river. The vacant sites with residential land use designations maintain the residential density currently allowed, and no proposed changes are made to densities in this area. The specific plan identifies the properties located on the southeast portion of the specific plan area along Park Avenue, east of Cottonwood Avenue, west of Magnolia Avenue and north of 3rd Street as the Park Avenue residential neighborhood. The plan addresses how this neighborhood holds underlying potential for new development to occur in the existing residential properties. The plan addresses how this area can support gradual change with its large lots and existing grid pattern. This neighborhood has an allowed residential density that exceeds the current density of development on the ground. The plan proposes that Park Avenue will connect to a new roadway identified as Main Street to the east and to Edgemore Drive to the north when new residential developments incorporate these connections identified in the mobility section of the plan. This is the last neighborhood. The specific plan recognizes that the Las Colinas detention and reentry facility and the Edgemore skilled nursing facility properties have reached their development potential. These properties are identified as the institutional neighborhood in the specific plan. The specific plan does not anticipate new development and/or expansions to occur within these properties in the upcoming years. Now we're heading into how it all comes together. The mobility section of the town center specific plan addresses connectivity between all these neighborhoods. It addresses bicycle facilities, pedestrian facilities, transit services, vehicular traffic across the different areas in the plan, as well as on-street parking facilities. The specific plan provides standards for the establishment of a clearly defined pedestrian and bicycle circulation system that provides connectivity to the natural features in the plan. We're really looking opportunities to connect to existing and planned trails, and the plan also provides the roadway facility guidelines and standards across all modes of travel and existing and proposed cross sections for the roadways within the plan area. And I'll walk you through some of those new connections that I just mentioned. So on the left, you're seeing the arts and entertainment neighborhood. And what we're showing here is a new Main Street connecting Park Avenue to Riverview Parkway. So the Main Street, you can see it highlighted in yellow. I wish I could point. Can I point with my, I don't think I can. We're also showing an extension of Cottonwood Avenue to Riverview Parkway, and an extension of Edgemore Drive to Riverview Parkway. And on the right, you can see Park Avenue residential neighborhood and how from Park Avenue and from Edgemore Drive, those connections would basically connect the neighborhood that's designated as Park Avenue to the arts and entertainment neighborhood. We're also identifying the completion of Park Center Drive, which as of now, there's two segments of it, one that connects to Mass Boulevard and that one segment that comes off of Magnolia Avenue. The idea is that Park Center Drive would connect both. Right now, it's missing an element. And also, we're identifying that there would be local roadways within new residential developments that will connect to the existing and the planned roadway network. The plan also identifies the potential for a pedestrian bridge across Cuyamaca Street at Town Center Parkway. Town Center Parkway. The specific plan supports the availability of parking to serve the mix of uses allowed in the area. The plan calls for allowing on-street parking wherever possible and reflects that as part of the proposed ultimate roadway configurations within the plan. So basically, within the mobility element, we include cross-sections for each of the roadways, and we highlight the changes between what's on the ground and what's currently the ultimate configuration and what's being proposed. So you'll see, if you review those pages of the plan currently, it identifies areas where currently on-street parking is not allowed and where it will be allowed. It also identifies the potential for parking garage locations to best service the planned area and supports the utilization of shared parking arrangements. Within the objective design standards, the plan includes direction to design parking areas in a way that they're integrated into new developments and provide pedestrians with walkable connections to sidewalks and building entrances. The plan includes a set of objective design standards to provide the public, design professionals, city staff, and decision makers with objective criteria for future development. These standards provide design direction consistent with the vision of the plan and a focus on pedestrian orientation, context-sensitive design, and a built environment that embraces the area's natural assets. The plan provides landscape, signage, and paving standards that highlight the character of the different neighborhoods of the plan, and these are in the process of being refined in coordination with city staff to ensure ease of implementation and maintenance. You might be asking, how does this all take place? So the plan will be implemented as new development occurs. That's how the plan will become a reality, including future projects on the properties with residential land use designations, which will provide opportunities for housing within proximity to amenities, services, and access to transit. Improvements identified in the public right-of-way will also implement the specific plan. For example, the roadway connections identified in the mobility section that I just walked you through, new roadways as part of the development of vacant parcels, and the incorporation of the pedestrian bridge across the San Diego River, which is a big element of the plan. The environmental impact report prepared for the specific plan will allow for a streamlined development within the area. And this updated town center specific plan will make the application and review process for future development easier, as it reduces the layers of documents applicable to the area by creating a user-friendly document that applicants, city staff, and decision makers will be able to effectively implement. The environmental technical studies in relation to the specific plan are currently underway, and after their completion, the environmental team will prepare an environmental impact report, also known as EIR. After the EIR, public review comment period takes place, and after having addressed all of those comments received, the EIR is expected to be certified in September of next year. In collaboration with staff, our team will continue to incorporate refinements to the town center specific plan, which will be brought to you for its adoption along with the environmental impact report. Before moving on to comments, I'll leave you with tonight's council action for this item: to receive the draft specific plan and direct staff to commence the public review process. This concludes our presentation, and now we welcome comments or questions.
No speakers, sir.
Before I go to council, I was sitting here thinking, I started putting down some comments that I wanted to make, and it kind of is very similar to what Marlene said. And because I started thinking about 20 years, I'm certainly not going to be here in 20 years. You know, Randy Vopel, Jack Dell, and quite a few of them 20 years ago when they were planning, they're not here today either. We've made a lot of changes to what their plans were. So what I was thinking about is that the developing more than 600 acres of property is a vast undertaking for any city for arts and entertainment centered around a concept of Americana. What's paramount is to preserve the history by celebrating the rich cultural tapestry of the city of Santee. The fusion of tradition and innovation creates a dynamic space that pays homage to the past while inspiring creativity and promoting a deeper understanding of our city and America's heritage in the future. I guess that's my philosophy for the night, but as we think about this, there might be some things we don't really care for today, but who knows, they may not even be pertain to anything that we look at in the future. So, but setting a guide that helps us kind of retain some of that heritage that we have or have is very important so that you can make it last as long as possible. So with that, the only question I had was, I read there about the parking, the landscape peninsula in parking lots about every 10 feet. You know, we've seen a lot of that going on over the years. We have had a lot of places that have taken out those peninsulas because they needed the parking. So I guess my question is, why are we going to put in those parking peninsulas if we need more parking?
We can take a look at that standard and revise if that's the direction.
Yeah, I mean, we all love the beauty of a tree and some plants, but you know what? I want to put my car someplace too. And that's maybe unfortunate. Maybe I'll take my bike there. Who knows?
Well, and just to take that a little further, there's life change. Like you said, everything's changing. So if we're putting a lot of this stuff in concrete now, 20 years from now, it's going to be different, you know. So we probably should make it very flexible, you know, rather than if you take a tree out, you got to put a tree in or something like that. Idea. We need to be a little more flexible this time.
Thank you. Just to add to that, the plan does incorporate a section about proposed amendments, and it explains the process, and it includes a definition for minor amendments and major amendments. So there's a route so that if there's, you know, things do change, there's a way to address the plan more streamlined way to update the plan.
Okay, I do have a few comments. The first is kind of easy. When I read, and Ron actually just kind of made a joke about it, really, which is not a joke, but calling something an institutional neighborhood. I know. Don't care for it. Facility-based, maybe there's a better term
Yes.
for that. I was curious how you came up with the color palette. What was the inspiration?
I think it all started with green, you know, City of Santee's green, and then we started to find colors that were, you know, easy to combine with the green that is representative of City of Santee. So there isn't a set, you know, do you mean the neighborhoods map?
Well, there's color palettes in here.
Or the ones in the signage?
No, the signs were different. Like,
Okay.
It looked like there was color palettes for stone and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, the signage program, I think, and the paving materials. I guess the idea was to highlight some of the elements that we are trying to promote within each neighborhood. So, for example, in the arts and entertainment neighborhood, we have both the sportsplex, you know, and the community park and those elements. So there's an emphasis on that character, and then we also have some other elements south of the San Diego River that emphasize a little bit more in art. So there's those colorful elements that you can see in those signs proposed. Do you have something in mind about those?
I mean, since this is a workshop, I just wanted to understand what the inspiration for the color palettes were and how that ties into Santee and kind of the vision that we've expressed, and you know, to me they're muted. It's a muted color palette and kind of deserty. But so that's why I asked.
Let me add just a couple of questions or a couple of comments.
I had to speak in the microphone.
Oh, okay, that's easy. That's better, huh? Okay, the idea was this came out of the sign program. The idea was that the various neighborhoods there'd be some differentiation of color palette and materials, which would be kind of a cool thing. And the idea with these signs are these, we call them guitar pick shapes that are sort of playful. But on the back, on the front side, you'd see the words, the writing, their directions. On the back side, you might see some color, some texture, something like that, so that when you're in one neighborhood or the other, you sort of recognize that. These particular materials are rather arbitrary, we have to be honest about it. It's not something that was given a tremendous amount of thought. The idea was to say, well, we think stone is a material we would try to use. We think there'd be some amount of wood. There might be some copper colors. There were ideas in here about, you'll see one section, there's like a, some almost like fabrics or some things that relate to the history. It could be anything. I mean, I think it's an opportunity, actually, more than it is the specifics. This is going to go back to the concept and the discussion you're having, that this isn't saying this is always going to be here for that color, but it's the idea that you all can bring that into it. You can bring the heritage of it into the sign program, which could be kind of interesting. So that was the concept.
Okay, I do like the idea of, what you just said on a sign, on the back of the sign, there's a texture that indicates you're in a neighborhood. I think that's really cool. When I looked at the sign example, I thought the same too, guitar pick, and I thought, well, why is there guitar pick signs around Santee? Because it doesn't make sense to me. So those kinds of things would need more thought, and it's a vision, and okay, those were my comments about that. And then I worry because, as the mayor said, I won't be here in 20 years either. But I worry that when we put a document down and we label things as something, that someone 20 years from now will say, well, I found in this document in 2023, you called it that, so I want that. And things do evolve and change. And I'm thinking about the theater site in particular. And yeah, I mean, everybody in the community and the council wanted and did a lot of work to get a theater approved in Santee. And then COVID happened, and the industry just, it's tanked and it's not recovered. And yeah, maybe Tom Cruise had a hit and Barbie had a hit. But, in general, there's not enough, the industry is struggling. And I think that, in my day, you could have called that a record store. Well, where's a record store now? It's the same concept to me of calling something a theater today. There are no record stores, and things are evolving and changing. And so I'm just going to say it for the record about what that space could be, and if you need to call it a theater space or something like that, and more broadly define it. I know it's designated as a theater site, but I think that at some point a council is going to need to make a decision on what to really do. If the industry's gone, what are you really going to do there? Got to do something there. So. Immersion theater, if we want to call it that, is the new trend. We were just talking about.
Does that mean my spear comes in?
Yes, your spear. But so I'll encourage people to look at Area 15 in Las Vegas, Omega Mart, Meow Wolf in Nevada, The Nest in LA. These are unique art and entertainment district ideas. And I almost think about it as like Spirit Halloween, which, by the way, this immersive entertainment industry in 2019 was a $61.8 billion business. And Spirit Halloween, which I was just watching something on, I don't know, kind of nerded out over it, $8.48 billion annually is what Spirit Halloween makes. And they do that short-term lease, kind of come in, set up, get out. So that's kind of the concept, a flexible space that can be used for this immersive technology that's happening right before our eyes, that's changing how people want to be entertained. And it's different than sitting in, stagnant rows and looking at a screen anymore. I've seen concepts where the seats rotate 360 and...
Where are you going?
This is what's happening. Like, this is the real stuff that's happening right now. And, you could have so many different experiences in a space because of the visual elements now. Whether it be, so I wrote down some of the things. VR, art, podcasts, gaming, interactive movies, and theater. I even thought, gosh, how would you do this if you have to have seats because our agreement says you have to have seats. Well, you have them in the ceiling and they drop down when you need them. I mean, there could be creative ways to use this space. So that's my comment about that site.
Thank you.
The next will be my comments about the spray pad. I'm just going to read what I wrote down, because I worked at a place where we have a spray ground, or there was a spray ground, and I know conceptually that they're very interesting and they're great in a design. They're eye-catching. People want to cool off in Santee, so I get it. But operationally, there are many challenges. There's the cost to operate, which is the water, electricity, the maintenance of equipment, chemicals, training, insurance, and staffing. These are not passive play areas, so anything involving water has to have monitoring daily. There's no, in the concept, there's no cost recovery plan for something like that. It would be one of the most expensive play area to maintain in the city, and there's no way to recover any of those costs. Okay, that is what I wrote. Liabilities are slip and fall hazards, water quality and contamination, and then the restrooms located nearby as well that would need a lot of cleaning. And when I talk about contamination, there's a lot of things that can contaminate it, but the most frequent thing is children that aren't potty trained. So it's a thing. There's chemicals, heat-related issues, overcrowding, an absolute need for supervision, vandalism and security, and the optics surrounding water conservation. So I recommend just calling it a play area and let a future council figure out what that is, or maybe it's lucky enough to be us, I don't know, but designating it as a spray ground or spray pad gives me heartburn.
Thank you. Yes, we've heard your concerns and we incorporated that revision in the presentation. However, you may have seen that the draft still talks about the splash pad.
Yeah.
So we can incorporate that revision accordingly.
Okay. Good.
Thank you.
Thank you. And then let's see if there was anything else that I wrote down. Oh, and the last thing would be the amphitheater area. What would be in the design? I mean, I know there was option 1 and option 2. Option 1 has it, option 2 does not. On option 1, what's the capacity of seats in that design?
Do you remember?
Again, it's just a concept that we heard a lot about from the public. And much as just to tell you what the motivation was, and it could be anything. It doesn't necessarily have to be an amphitheater. But as you look at the plan, and the trolley line has that big diagonal thing, through it, and that's really kind of the organizing element of the whole plan. We're working hard to see to it that connects over to this entertainment site, because right now it's bifurcated. You would never go from one to the other. Mm-hmm. And so the idea was that there should be something at the terminus of that really is an exciting, playful area for everybody to do a lot of different things. It's actually just what you described. Amphitheater came about because it sort of is one thing we all know about that kind of characterizes that. The amphitheater I kind of like, honestly, is the one in Chula Vista at Memorial Park. It's a very casual thing. There aren't a lot of, staying is not going to be there, be fun, but I don't think so. And it's more for people to just use. Maybe the schools could have the tap dance thing, or there could be ceremonies there would be kind of fun. That's what they do in Chula Vista. And there's a series that you see on the screen of different kinds of spaces that might be there. So I didn't answer your question about capacity because we don't really know.
Okay, well, that's fair. Because when I was looking at these designs, and I've been to the Chula Vista Memorial Park,
Yeah, right.
and the Cathedral City design makes sense to me too. Yeah, there's an established place to have a stage-like thing, but that space could be used really for anything. And I besides the operational issues of the design that I saw in the plan, I just want to make sure, like, we have an amphitheater in Santee right now, and I know the idea was, hey, we're going to have, kind of the same thing. We're going to have all these things, and people are going to go there, and it's so underutilized. And I just don't want to take such a big space and then not have it be used as much as possible. And, during the day, it's hot, or, and I understand that we're not going to have Sting, but if you had fixed bench, then it's only used for
Sure. Right. I get it.
concerts. It's not this flexible space. So if you were asking the council, or to choose option 1 or option 2, then I would choose 2 because that's more of a fluid space. But I appreciate the examples here in the PowerPoint.
The idea came out of a lot of discussion with the public, too, about a sort of a gathering space. And we've talked about it in the past also as a place where there might be a food hall, but we're actually, if the plant, well, we don't have the floor, there's some changes going on with the office complex that sits right next to it. And in some discussions, they're open to sort of incorporating it into that site, because the site's really sort of constrained to do a lot of things. But when you add that into it, you start to see that area also as maybe a place for food hall operation. And then we're combining some little restaurant spaces with that. I happen to think we've also located, a performance and arts center there. Now, whether that happens or not, but that's something that came up every single time we went anywhere in the public. But so those are opportunities. So if you mix those together, how you mix them together is sort of another question. But it really is meant to be what you described, this sort of a public space. Yeah. And I think it should always be that way. I'm hopeful that as the 20 years go on, that whoever's up here sees it that way and continues to enforce that and make it happen. Because that I think is what brings this whole arts and entertainment center and the whole town center together. And it's every sort of scribble and plan and everything we did, it always sort of came back to that site because of those physical elements I mentioned to you. Anyway, I'm sort of rambling on.
But no, I appreciate the clarification, and I want the same thing. And I guess just going back to what I said at the beginning is I worry about over-defining a space, like calling it an amphitheater, and then somebody in 20 years going, but I was.
Well, no, I think it's a point well taken. We'll look at that. We had to call it something.
Sure.
The EIR needs us to call it something, and so that's where we are. It could be a good use, but it could be others. That's why we have all these other photos in there. Thanks.
Thank you.
Just to add one last thought to that is that we could identify it as community space, and how the EIR analyzes it, that would be, we would give the different options to our environmental team, and the EIR would say, which options they looked into.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
Anybody else? Ron?
On slide 9, the art trail, one thing in Dustin's thought is I could see that being like a mini veteran wall, or even a police memorial or a firefighter memorial in there too. So it just seemed like it would, that's the first thing I thought of when I looked at it, is something like that for Santee, not necessarily for somebody up north or anything. So those are just some ideas that they're, and again, I think flexibility is what we're trying to say, because, a lot of times we look at what happened 20 years ago, is what were they thinking at that point, and why didn't they do this, and why didn't they do that? Well, we don't want to be, we want to have them have the ability, kind of goes back to the tree idea, is, we don't want to be so locked in that they have to move a tree here, they have to move a parking space here or something like that. So that would be good to just make sure that that's something we look into.
Thank you.
Did I have a motion on that? I don't remember.
I'll make the motion.
Well, I thought wasn't that an action?
Right, it's just, pardon me, Mr. Mayor, it's just direction to have staff continue forward with the EIR process.
Oh, okay, I think I misunderstood. All right, thank you.
I'm assuming we got that direction.
Oh, yes.
Thank you.
Sorry, I thought that was understood. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, that takes us to item number 11, which is report for the consideration of implementing a fee to recover credit card transaction costs, and if directed, set a public hearing for December 13, 2023, to add the fee to the city's fee schedule. Heather.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, and City Council members. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to present this report on the city's credit card processing fees. August 29th, 2023, InterGov, the city's new permit and business licensing enterprise resource planning system, went live. Online credit card transactions increased from approximately 5,500 per month to approximately 120,000 per month. And as a result, total credit card processing fees increased by 191%. Before InterGov, 35% of all building planning and engineering fees were credit card transactions. And then after InterGov, over 80% of the same fees are credit card transactions. So why have our fees increased so dramatically? Online credit card processing fees just cost more. They are an added layer of processing, and they're assessed with extra, because they have extra risk, they're assessed extra charges. In addition, the volume of credit card transaction has also increased. We've got traditional fees, additional online rates. They are both based on transaction value and per transaction amount. So before InterGov, our business license renewals and disc golf were the only fees we had that paid online via credit card. With those fees, we had online sales about 5,500 per month. The bulk of our credit card transactions were processed at the finance front counter. After InterGov, we now have building, planning, engineering, and fire fees, in addition to the business licenses and the disc golf. And now, as mentioned earlier, we are averaging 120,000 per month. And online transactions now represent the bulk of credit card transactions. The city also, just for reference, the city also pays fees for ActiveNet and Square transactions. These are associated with special events, recreation activities, and rentals. We have these fees currently budgeted. They're not significant, but in the future, we hope to roll these into fees going forward if that's council's direction. So this graph is a representation of the previous slides. On the left of the graph, we've got our transactions, our sales transactions in blue, fees in orange before InterGov, and then on the right, we've got our sales again in blue and our fees after InterGov. Overall, online transactions have increased dramatically. And then you can see also that our in-person transactions have decreased dramatically. The gray line represents the cost of the fees per sales, so it's the percentage of fees over sales. And you can see that we started out, or not we started out, but before InterGov, our online percentage was high, and then after InterGov, it's come down. This is basically based on volume. There are some fixed costs in the credit card fees as well. So the city staff reached out to San Diego County cities. We've received 9 responses regarding whether or not they charge credit card fees. 6 cities charge credit card transaction fees. These fees vary in amount and are often applied to specific types of transactions. Carlsbad is at 2% for TOT transactions, La Mesa 3.5 for online transactions, Poway 3.1 for InterGov and Munis transactions. Encinitas is at 3.95 for permits and online transactions other than utilities and park and rec fees. Imperial Beach, 3% for online transactions with 100% pass-through for Intergov transactions. And Oceanside is $3.50 per parking transaction. This is through their third-party agreement. The three cities that do not pass on transaction fees are El Cajon, Coronado, and Chula Vista. Two of these cities are considering passing on transaction fees, and the third city considers these fees the cost of doing business and rolls them into their fees. El Cajon. So what is the city allowed to do? We can do what we're currently doing, which is subsidizing the credit card transaction fee or recover the costs for these fees separate, as long as we separately state that we will be recovering a portion of the fees. The city can restrict the types of transactions that can be paid with a credit card. For example, development impact fees and TOT fees, but cannot put a dollar limit on credit card transactions that are approved. And the city also cannot charge more than the actual cost of the transaction. So here are a few options. This is not a exhaustive list, and just put some options out there for consideration. Option one would be to stay with our current practice and pay 100% of all credit card processing fees, and specifically exclude development impact fees and TOT from credit card payments. This does encourage online payments, which is in line with the customer service goal of Intergov, but the city will absorb the increasing costs of credit card fees, and this could be approximately $100,000 per year. Option two would be to recover a portion of the credit card fees for Intergov online transactions. For example, 3% recovery could save the city about $43,000 a year, and this would balance the amount of recovery so that the city is not disincentivizing the use of the online capabilities of Intergov. This would produce additional costs for the customer, and it may discourage online payments, and it may be costlier or less convenient for some fee payers. Option three, do not charge a transaction fee, but incorporate credit card fees when preparing the user fee study. This also encourages the use of online payments, but the city would still absorb the cost until the new user fee study is completed, which would be approximately in fiscal year 24-25. And then option four is staff's recommendation. Implement a credit card transaction fee and set the recovery rate at 3% of transaction value until these costs can be incorporated into city fees through the user fee study. So the recommended action for City Council is to receive the report regarding credit card transaction costs, decide on an option, listed or develop a new option, and if a fee is to be established, direct staff to schedule a public hearing for December 13th, 2023, and add a credit card transaction fee to the city's fee schedule.
Do I have any speaker slips?
There's no speakers, sir.
Thank you. Council members?
Yeah, I'll make a motion to approve the bottom one there. Yeah, number 4.
I would like to talk about this a little. Where are we trending in revenue as compared to, are more people, I guess, where are we trending in revenue as compared to other years?
So the month of September, we had $120,000 in sales or online credit card transactions. That includes business licensing and the other permits, the building, planning, engineering. And then we just got the statement for the October transactions, and we were at 101,000 for those transactions. It's online transactions. So that's pretty typical for the building permits. Typically, we're looking at about 100,000, 130,000 for all the business license transactions in a year, and about maybe 1.3 for any of the building permits, engineering fees, planning fees and such. And so it's only been 2 months, so we don't have like a lot of data, but we are, I would say, trending normally.
Normally, okay. And is there an option on InterGov to pay with a check? Like, is there an ACH charge?
There is that option, yes. There's an e-check option.
Okay.
And we don't currently have a fee set up for that, or we didn't incorporate the fee in this presentation for that.
Because it's a smaller fee, but there's a fee associated with the check as well, so that should be part of it. They're verified quicker, so, but
Yes.
paying a check online is a good option for especially bigger, accounts, I guess, or, I know a lot about the credit card fees from my former jobs, and, who's the processor, for InterGov?
So our processor is Global Payments.
And, do they give you the government rate?
I'm not exactly sure which rate we have. I can tell you that we just had a rate review and we got a new rate schedule, and we will be saving even more money, probably about 18%.
Yeah, because that's one of the things that I would definitely look at periodically, and the front-facing software is one thing, but you can change the processor behind the scenes, and as a public agency, we would qualify for that government rate, which is, much lower than, what happens is with credit cards, like a Discover loyalty card, their fee can be 5%, 6%, and then somebody else could be 2%. I don't think 3 really is even going to cover our costs, but we don't want to discourage people from doing business online. That's the whole point of this. I think until we get a user fee study, we would have to charge something to recuperate those costs and break it out as a line item. I would want to include checks as well. And then, look at maybe incorporating a true fee into the actual cost of instead of breaking it out, because that's how a lot of, I understand that the cities do it this way, but I think of other agencies that have moved away from that, so they can encourage, if somebody, I don't know why, but if they think they're going to save a few bucks, they'll drive down here, which we don't want that. So it is the cost of doing business, and other agencies, I think, are smart to move in the direction of just incorporating it and doing an annual review of that, so the fees aren't just reviewed periodically, but they're reviewed annually. And then what else did I write down? Got the ACH fee. Oh, and I think it's the case, but I'm not sure. If somebody puts a deposit on, do we allow deposits on things online?
Yes, we do. Yeah.
So then that would be a fee, and then we could refund that. There's the refund, and then that's another fee on top of it. Like, you're charged every single time. The charge, the refund, the payment to pay your balance. Those fees can add up. So we have to also be mindful of what we allow. Sometimes it's better to pay. Oh, yeah. Charge every time, and then, even the credit back, because we're holding money. Right. And then we give it back, and then we're charged again. So they can add up. It can be pretty significant. So more discussion, but yeah, we definitely need to do something now.
It's definitely the cost of doing business these days, and I agree with you, and I feel like we need to roll these fees up when we do the user fee study, and I think we should do the user fee study on at least every other year, refresh.
Yeah. Based on
changes and based on, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Anybody else before I go?
Actually, no, I'm just going to second the motion.
Okay. I got to tell you that I think it's important for us to recover any kind of fee that we have. Not all businesses, especially large businesses, just give away that portion of their service. But my biggest concern is, regardless of whatever we do today, that there's a ballot measure on the 2024 ballot that will undo everything that we talk about today. Just to get this 3% fee, for instance, if that's what we were to do, we have to make it a vote of the people. If we come in and we say, you know what, we need to change the cost of renting the gazebo at one of the parks, we have to get a vote of the people every single time. And if whatever we do today, it's going to be overturned. It's going to be turned around because it's all retroactive for if it happens to get passed. And I think you're going to talk a little bit about this later, Sean, or?
That will be in my report, Mayor.
Okay. 'Cause I just wanted to bring that up now because it seems so appropriate, but we're going to get more information on it later. I can go into it a little bit deeper, but I kind of wanted to throw that out there that, is that good for the people? Yeah, because they get every service for free, but we go bankrupt in the process. So anyhow, that's just my little grandstand.
Yeah. Heather, what is the maximum transaction we allow online?
So we're not supposed to, well, the maximum transaction for credit cards is actually through Global Payments, they cap us at $100,000.
Okay.
And then anything under that, the credit card companies won't. So if we have a fee that we allow credit card charges, like, permits or something like that, per our agreement, we cannot impose any sort of limit on those fees. And the fee, so apparently, unless it's $100,000, then Global Payments won't take it. But so there is that limit. If we don't want to use credit cards on things that are expensive, like development or high revenue, like development impact fees or TOT, we just exclude them from what we allow.
Okay. Can you put the options back up there again real quick, please? So the motion's on number 4, right?
Correct.
Are you getting development impact fees and TOT on these transactions? Because these can be,
No, those are strictly cash or check.
okay, so they're not allowed currently?
Not allowed, no.
Okay, I want to make sure, because those are going to be big numbers.
Yeah.
Be really big numbers. I agree with Laura that obviously a check, e-check, some kind of check options should be implemented if, yeah, if it all, well, no.
I guess I was making a friendly amendment to include
Yeah.
ACH when they pay with a check online.
Right.
It's maybe $1.50. I don't know. It's kind of a flat
It's not
fee.
part of the user fee study. That's separate, right? This
Right.
is
This would be implemented now, and then,
No, I get that. but
Okay.
Finding out what the actual costs are to us.
I accept the friendly amendment.
Our actual costs.
you know what our costs are today, right? You know
Yeah.
what our transaction fees are today.
Yeah, and what will happen with the user fee study is we'll take all of those costs of doing business, credit card fees, bank fees, all of those costs, and those will be allocated evenly over all the fees in some form of allocation.
Yeah.
I think we're talking about a different thing, though. The user fee study is for,
To establish the fees.
established fees, and then the credit card fees is separate. That would be rolled into it.
Based on
Right.
that information, yes.
But right now, we're not collecting anything, so collecting 3%, And so I'm also saying friendly amendment to also collect, it's like a flat fee for a check. It's not variable like credit cards. It's
The
just,
transaction fee itself.
yeah.
I'm not exactly sure. So we've had e-checks transactions in the month of November only, so we don't have that data yet, exactly what we're getting charged on those. I'm not sure if it's a flat fee. For some reason, I think it's a flat fee and a variable fee, but I'm not exactly sure.
Ripped off. Anyway, yeah.
In that case, it is a fat fee.
It is, well, yeah. I would like to include, not just,
Yeah.
yeah.
I would like the same thing and see the different options available to the consumer. Laura touched on it briefly, the credit card processing company who we use for the transactions. Was that all given to us by Intergo? Was that like, we kind of assumed their processing company? We kind of just went with the
So we've been using Global Payments for several years.
Okay.
They were our processing company when we were just doing the business license renewals and the disc golf, and we stayed with them for ease of transition. They have in the past adjusted our rates. We have a good working relationship with them. They've adjusted our rates again.
Okay. I mean, obviously I'm going with your recommendation. Professional, is that we're getting the best rate, or we're shopping this around or doing whatever, because, I mean, some of these percentages I saw in this, I would never do business with these people, ever. Honestly, in my business, there's no way I would pay that amount of money to any company.
Yeah,
I promise you.
It's
I'd
very
go broke.
surprising, and they've got. I'm looking at my list. There's 6 different fees.
Yeah.
They've got risk assessment fees, which is like approximately 1.3%. They've got settlement funding fees, and those are another 1.1%. Global Payments is 2.61 plus a transaction cost of 49 cents per transaction. The interchange rate, like the online portion, is 1.6. The use rate for certain credit cards is another 0.3.
Yeah, it was like 6.7% altogether with everything plus 49 cents. Like, I paid 10 cents a transaction on mine, and I think I'm roughly around 3% for transactions in our businesses. I mean, that's more the norm, I guess. That's to say. Yeah. Some of these numbers are just, to me, are crazy. But so I don't know if that's. Yeah, that's what I'm
But there's a
gathering here,
government
but
rate that's
we're
typically better,
I
and
feel
I
like
think
something's missing
missing
here.
out on it.
I really do.
You know what? That is a perfectly good point, though. I was going to say the same thing, Rob, but in the form of a question. Are there other companies like this, and what kind of rates do they have? Or because is it the cost of doing business because we are a government agency?
There are other companies. I think what makes this so crazy is that online component that just adds a thick layer onto what we would have been before. When we were processing credit card transactions at the front counter, we were paying like 4.2, 4.3, on about $50,000. If it was $120,000 at the front counter, we'd probably be paying like 2.75, with volume.
It's a security issue for these companies. I mean,
Yeah.
you're doing this thing online. They don't know who the person who actually has the card. There's just layers of security in there. That's why these extra fees in there. But I don't know. I feel like we should be looking at making sure that we are getting our best options. That we're looking at all our options, because these numbers are just
We can definitely take another look and see what's out there, see what's available.
I think it's part of that
Due
process.
diligence, yeah.
I would
part of that
talk to
fee
your
study,
friends
part
at
of that
Tyler.
process. It's just.
Talk to your friends at Tyler. It's utility billing, and they do all kinds of. They have relationships with a bunch.
Okay.
Actually, though, I don't think that's part of the motion, though. You made the motion, right? Do you accept the friendly motion?
It's more staff. It's more direction of staff than part of the motion, I think, right? That's not really.
Well, we had the motion, though.
Yeah,
so.
yeah, correct. And the motion.
I do think that the
there.
motion needs to be amended to include Vice Mayor's change.
Right.
check
And
thing, but not the
Councilmember
direction. That's
Hall has
right.
accepted that friendly amendment. Second was by Councilmember McNellis, and he accepts that. So we'll.
Vice Mayor Koval, can you repeat the friendly amendment for the record?
Yeah, we're to include a check fee, check processing fee online.
Thank you.
Okay. All right then. Any further discussion? Okay, please vote.
Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you. It's just not government, it's an education. All right. We're going to skip 12, and takes us to non-agenda public comment. Any speaker slips?
No, sir.
All right. And that takes us to city council reports. Anything from Councilmember Hall?
I'll be quick. MTS Captain Dan Breslin is now with the MTS Security
He's
Department.
Chief of Police?
He's second in command
Okay.
on that one. Been talking about fair enforcement. Rob loves that so much. We had, as you remember, about 30% here, or in Elkhorn, and the Mesa had about 30%, 41% in Santee, 20% in Lemon Grove. It surprised me. They did a sweep in downtown San Diego on Halloween. 66% of the people did not pay.
No place to carry that card in their costume.
Tag it on. So they're going to keep doing it. They're going to keep coming to Santee. They're going to keep coming all around, and they're going to smaller details now, but they're going to keep them going. So finally, we might actually not go broke in 5 years.
You know what, for me, the aggravating thing about that report is that we have been talking for years about fare evasion. And, oh, no, everything's doing really good. We're, as a matter of fact, even
Let's
we're
give out
touting
free,
that we're-
everybody should ride for free.
Maybe, yeah, exactly. Talking about, there's a 10% increase in ridership. Well, there's probably about a 30% ridership. They just don't pay. And so.
Talk about revenue.
Exactly. So.
But the tables are turning.
That's great.
How'd that happen? New sheriff in town?
Well, that was part of it, yeah. But I started this thing way back. Me and Steve Goebel started this. We said we're going to start getting fares.
Good, thank you. Laura, anything?
Yes, I do. I wanted to share a cool story that my good friend, Captain Jack, and retired Navy captain, shared with me last year when we were having lunch at Santee Lakes. I've known Captain Jack after he retired from the Padres. Larry Lucchino, who was a president, wanted to start military programs in baseball, and San Diego was the perfect fit. Brought Captain Jack on to start. He basically started military programs in all of Major League Baseball, and it started right here in San Diego. So he's a legend. And his nickname is, or call sign as they would say, is Fingers. And that's because he has no thumbs. And he has no thumbs because he was a prisoner of war when he was shot down and, was tortured. But that's how the military works, right? Especially the Navy. So he said, well, one of the people that I supervise, his name is Santee. And I went, what? So here's the story. He sent me an email so I could read it. There was a Navy admiral with the call sign Santee. Laura, here's the article, which you can see on the screen. Here's the only article I could find on the F-14 crash in Santee on March 4th, 1980. It is a preliminary report, so it's missing a lot of details that finally came out after the accident investigation report. It also has some inaccuracies. One, they weren't lining up for an unarrested landing. They were taking off to enter the landing pattern for a night field carrier landing practice session in preparation for going to an aircraft carrier off the coast of San Diego for qualification landing, the last step in the F-14 training program before being assigned to the Fleet Squadron. 2, it wasn't a blown tire that caused the accident. It was the fact that the right main mount landing gear was almost completely torn off the plane when it hit the fueling pit structures at the edge of the runway on takeoff due to misalignment with the runway center line. The mid-air explosion report was more likely just a fire caused by the damage to the landing gear and the leaking fuel. The bounce down a hill comment was probably due to the pilot steering the aircraft away from the populated area and a school before they ejected. Not mentioned is the sort of comical anecdote to what could have been a more tragic incident, is that one of the crew members, Joe Kumpman, as I recall, had his parachute hung up on a lamppost from which he had to be cut down. The accident investigation exonerated the aircrew from fault in the accident, but rather placed fault on the confusing lighting system configuration on the runway, which caused the crew to line up wrong due to darkness and rainy conditions that night. The lighting system was changed as a result. Typical of Navy aviator fighter community, a call sign nickname normally without their consent is assigned to the aviator based on some unseemly or humorous play on words for their name. Dusty Rhodes, Holy Ghost is the chaplain, or a prominent physical feature like the beak for a nose, or fatal for Fat Al, or fingers, like Captain Jack, or some aviation nickname. Well, after planting the F-14 in Santee with no loss of life, it was almost inevitable that Lieutenant Bruce Klingon would be dubbed Santee, after the town in which he distributed the parts of the F-14 aircraft. And so it was that Bruce went the rest of his 37-year Navy career being known as Santee, eventually retiring as a 4-star admiral. His first fleet squadron assignment happened to be my F-14 squadron, VF-114, when I was the commanding officer. Santee turned out to be an exceptional young officer and aviator, which obviously goes without saying based on the rank he eventually attained in the Navy. And there's a bio on him, which, it's so impressive. I just want to read this one little part. After selection to flag rank, Klingon joined United States Central Command, serving as Deputy Director of Operations from 2002 to 2004 during Operations Enduring Freedom and Iraqi Freedom. Klingon assumed commander of Carrier Strike Group 3 Carl Vinson Strike Group in June 2004 and served as Combined Task Force 50-152 during an extended deployment to support Operation Iraqi Freedom in 2005. Subsequently, he joined the staff of Chief of Naval Operations in 2005 as Deputy Director, Air Warfare Division, followed by assignments as Director, Air Warfare Division, and Director, Warfare N88, Warfare Integration Senior National Representative. And following his tour on the Chief of Naval Operations Staff, he assumed command of the Allied Joint Command Lisbon and Striking Support Forces, NATO. Concurrently, he commanded the U.S. Sixth Fleet and served as Deputy Commander, U.S. Naval Forces Europe, Deputy Commander, U.S. Naval Forces Africa, and Joint Forces Maritime Component Commander Europe. In December, he returned to the Chief of Naval Operations Staff, serving as the Deputy Chief of Naval Operations Plans and Strategy. So, the guy has an impressive career, and way back when, no loss of life in Santee. I guess it was 1980s, not the 1970s. He, he's forever known as Santee in the community. And I thought that was a really cool story. So in honor of Veterans Day, I wanted to share that story. Thank you.
That's a lot of fun, actually.
Exactly.
Pretty cool.
Not too many rear admirals.
Yeah.
Not too many of them.
No.
Maybe we can get a banner.
Well, in that segue, this is Military Appreciation Week this week, with Veterans Day coming on Saturday. So tomorrow, you guys, The banners over the bridge over Santee Lakes on Mass Boulevard will be changed out with our new Hometown Heroes for this particular cycle. So we have 12 new Hometown Heroes going onto the bridge. Those get rotated off onto Mass Boulevard and continue on the tradition. You know, this Saturday, Veterans Day, will actually be 2 years since the anniversary of the dedication of that memorial, and 1 year since we started the Hometown Hero program. And if you guys drive down Mass Boulevard, which a lot of people do every day to get to the highway or to the interstate or wherever, it's pretty cool to see those banners keep growing and get that patriotism as the vision was to come into the city and or going out as is. Saturday is going to be an action-packed day. I don't want to be remiss to say that Pancake Breakfast will be at Station 4, our fire station, on Saturday, along with some other cool events. 12:30, we will have a ceremony at the Veterans Memorial also. And like I said, we got a lot of stuff on our agendas for Saturday, so it's a lot.
Wouldn't it have been easier to say what you're not doing?
I didn't say quite a few things, actually. So.
Thank you for that report. Anything? You know, I really don't have a lot to report. I wanted to talk more about the CBRT issue, and I'm going to just wait until Sean gets to that. So, because I actually had a meeting on that today, Sean, so I'll share some of that with you. Marlene, anything?
Just a couple of quick notes. Once you've celebrated Veterans Day weekend, the following weekend, the city of Santee is hosting our Santee Holiday Lighting Program. It'll be on Friday, November 17th, 5:30 to 8:30 at Santee Trolley Square. Come one, come all. It's always a lot of fun. And this year, because the line for Santa Claus wraps all the way around until after New Year's, we are doing a selfie with Santa on Saturday following the tree lighting program on November 18th from 4:30 to 7:30. If you just want to come and get in line and have your children have a chance to get a picture with Santa Claus, that's a really great opportunity. It's a first for our Community Services Department. So thanks to the team for putting that together. And one last note, I want to congratulate our Finance Department for receiving, once again, the Excellence in Finance program. And we really want to congratulate Heather and her team. Not every city gets that opportunity, so thank you very much.
Congratulations. More importantly, though,
Anything about that Macy's?
I just want to know, is it only kids that can get their picture with Santa?
Mr. Mayor, if you would like to go, I am sure we can make arrangements with Rudolph and the elves to get you on Santa's lap. I'm sure we can make that happen.
Wasn't going to go down that road. Do you want to take over now, Counselor?
Yes, Mayor, I do have a report. Can I bring up the PowerPoint? Thanks, perfect. Mayor, Vice Mayor, and members of the council, I am going to provide a presentation tonight to you and to the public just to make you aware of 3 initiatives that are qualified for the 2024 ballot. And each of these initiatives relate to state and local revenue and how state and local revenue is derived and the procedures for adopting new taxes and charges. I'm also going to mention, can you go back to the last slide, please? Thanks. I'm going to mention a United States Supreme Court case that's pending from California, and that relates to mitigation fees, something we need to just be aware of and track. Because these 3 initiatives that I'm going to talk about are on the ballot, the presentation that I'm going to provide is necessarily limited because we are able to talk about these initiatives in a way that provides objective information for the public, just to get the word out, to make sure that the council and the public and voters are educated about it. With regard to the first initiative in particular, there are a significant number of questions, many of which, if adopted, will take years to kind of unwind. So I'm not going to try to answer every question. I don't think it's possible to really answer every question right now, but I'm going to highlight things that are just on the face of the initiative that the council and public should be aware of. The council is able, of course, in the future to take official positions on initiatives, something you're allowed to do. So if after hearing this presentation or in the future you wish to have a matter brought back so that you can take a position on some or all of these initiatives, please let me know or let the city manager know and we'll bring something back. All right, next slide, please. So let's start with the first measure, which is the Taxpayer Protection and Government Accountability Act. That's the official title of this measure. It's also commonly known as the California Business Roundtable, or CBRT initiative, because that's an entity that has been trying to qualify a measure such as this for many years and now has, in fact, qualified measure for the November 2024 ballot. I'll go into more detail on the next slide, but this, the purpose of this act is to amend Propositions 13, 218, and 26, which already exist and provide constitutional requirements to related to property taxes, other taxes, and fees and charges. Next slide, please. Okay, so this measure does a number of things, starting with establishing basically two types of government-imposed revenue sources, and only two types. So taxes, which the Act presumes that most actions that raise revenue from the government will be taxes and therefore will be subject to a vote. But it does also create what's called exempt charges. Exempt charges would not require a vote, but the measure only identifies 6 specific types of revenue generating activities that would qualify for as exempt charges. Under the measure, if it passes, the government would have the burden by clear and convincing evidence standard, which is a heightened evidence standard, if challenged, to both prove that a type of charge is an exempt charge, so it fits within one of those 6 types. And then also in the individual instance where there's an exempt charge that's imposed, we would have to be obligated to prove that that charge is reasonable, which would include proving that it is our actual cost, and that we are imposing that cost in the most the limited way possible, essentially. The measure does require that exempt charges be approved by the city council by ordinance. So that's a change. You currently do charges by resolution. You also delegate some activities that allow current charges to be adjusted, for example, by CPI, to staff, and staff would do that on an annual basis pursuant to your delegation. That all could not happen under the initiative. It would all be done essentially annually by ordinance, which is a legislative act, not a resolution, which is not a legislative act, and that potentially has certain implications to how you would challenge or whether the voters could vote on that action or not. As I mentioned, exempt charges have these specific definitions, and the one that is kind of most, we would use the most would be just charges for our services, like the finance director was speaking to earlier. And again, currently that we just need to have kind of reasonable cost recovery charges. That's the current standard. The act would create a standard that defines reasonable, again, to not exceed actual cost, and it would be through the minimum. It would be the minimum amount necessary. So if there's essentially a cheaper way to do it, arguably that would have to be imposed versus some other way to do it because of this language in the minimum amount necessary. Now that's an example of something that probably will be subject to a lot of litigation for many years if this measure passes. Another major aspect of this initiative is that it currently, if voters or the citizens came in and processed an initiative to enact a special tax, that measure could go to the voters and would pass by a majority vote. Unlike if you put something on, it would require a 2/3 vote if it's a special tax. That's the current state of the law. So this measure would change that to require a 2/3 vote for any tax that's a special tax, whether it's put on by the city council or whether it's put on by the voters through the initiative process. It would also change a relatively standard practice, which is for councils to ask the voters to consider a general tax on a ballot measure coupled with an advisory measure that describes how that general tax would be used by the city. That would be prohibited under this initiative. The initiative also has requirements for all tax measures to identify some specific information, including the type of the tax involved, the total amount of the tax, the duration of the tax, and the specific uses. And there's a specific requirement that really sort of generally pushes things more toward the special tax requirement, and therefore the 2/3 vote requirement. General taxes would still be allowed, but there would be very specific language you'd have to include that basically says this could be used for any purpose at all, which is true. It's an accurate statement, but that would be required as part of the measure. And as the mayor mentioned, the procedural aspects of this initiative, so for example, this ordinance requirement that I mentioned, that is retroactive to January 1 of 2022. And if, so for example, let's say if in our city, if there had been a special tax put on the ballot by voters, and that had passed, in 2022 or were to pass this year by a majority vote, that would become invalid 1 year after this measure becomes law or part of the Constitution because of this retroactive procedure, unless you went back out to a vote and requalified that measure with this heightened voting requirement. And then for us, what that would mean is some of the fees that we've already charged and imposed through resolution, we would have to go back and adopt them by ordinance. That would just be a procedural step we would have to take. All right, next slide, please. There is already a pre-election challenge to this initiative. This was filed by the governor and the state legislature. This pre-election challenge is supported by various coalitions of governmental associations. It's unusual for there to be pre-election challenge. Normally, the state of the law is you let the election go forward and then you kind of fight it out afterward. But there are ways and times in which courts will look at a measure before the election actually occurs, and if it's essentially unconstitutional or if it fundamentally changes governmental structures, there are times where courts will intervene. And so that's what the governor and the state legislature has asked the California Supreme Court to do. It's filed directly with the California Supreme Court. And that is something that's pending. And so we'll continue to update you on that as that moves forward. Next slide. Another initiative that I wanted to highlight for the council and the public is called Assembly Constitutional Amendment 13, or ACA 13. This is a measure that the legislature has put on the ballot for 2024. And essentially it says if all measures, all initiatives, ballot measures that propose to increase the voter approval thresholds, themselves have to meet that threshold. So, for example, if, like in this case where I mentioned that this initiative, the CBRT initiative, increases the voting requirement for certain taxes to 2/3. Well, that would mean that to pass under this measure, ACA 13, if ACA 13 is enacted, then the CBRT measure would have to arguably get 2/3 votes to pass. So you can see the litigation mess that is pending as we move toward November of 2024. And, if these various measures pass, there'll be fights about, one might pass by a majority vote, but may not actually become effective because of this measure, which can be passed by a majority vote. So we shall see what happens.
There's mud.
Yeah. Next measure is, next slide, please. Thanks. Assembly Constitutional Amendment ACA 1. This really isn't kind of directly related to those last two, but it is a separate measure that would change the Proposition 13, essentially. Currently, property taxes are limited to 1%. This would create an exception that would allow entities to bond above the 1% amount for certain specific purposes like public infrastructure and affordable housing in particular. But that change, that kind of increment above the 1% would have to be approved by a vote of the people that would require 55% of the vote. All right, next slide. So last issue to keep your eye on is this case, Sheets versus County of El Dorado. This is a very strange situation that does happen from time to time, but it's very rare, where you have the United States Supreme Court essentially reaching down and taking a case that only the Court of Appeal in California decided. So basically, this is a case that involves traffic impact fees that are required by a county's general plan. So they're imposed by a legislative act, the adoption of the county's general plan, and they're applicable to projects that fit within the requirements of the general plan. So under California law, that would generally be valid as long as there's a reasonable relationship between the use that's at issue and the impact to be mitigated. It's pretty standard, reasonable use standard. But the question that this case presents and that the United States Supreme Court has taken is whether a more stringent standard is applicable to these situations where you have generally applicable legislatively adopted mitigation fees. The question is whether those, the same standard that applies to fees that are imposed on a case-by-case basis, which require heightened scrutiny. It's commonly known as the Nolan and Dolan test, or rough nexus and rough proportionality test, whether that applies to all fees, regardless of how they're adopted and when they're adopted, legislatively, through CUP hearings, whatever. So if, again, this case was decided by the Court of Appeal, the California Supreme Court was asked to take a review of that and declined to do that. Normally, that's the end of this story, but the petitioners went to the U.S. Supreme Court and said, there's a federal constitutional issue here, you should review it, and somewhat surprisingly, the United States Supreme Court agreed, and that's going to be reviewed this year, and a decision will be rendered next year, and that may affect how we do mitigation fees, just like these other initiatives will affect how we do fees in general. So that's why I wanted to add that here as well. So that's my presentation. If we go to the next slide, again, I will just keep you updated as things move forward. I mentioned the pre-election challenge. Obviously, I'll keep you updated about that. If anything changes, I'll let you know. And again, if you wish to have more information brought back on any of these initiatives. And if eventually you wish to take an official position, we can bring that back for you. So happy to answer any questions, and I know there'll be some discussion.
Thanks, Sean. The update I got today is that the Supreme Court did accept that case. They expect to hear it in about June, and they've indicated they will give a render decision, opinion, prior to, obviously, in enough time to have it taken off the ballot, because there, as we all know, there's a number of days and timeline before that can, or, you know, they have to do that. And they've indicated they will do that. So it's very interesting. Thanks for the update, because I actually hadn't heard about 13 or one in quite a while, actually. And I think ACA 13 was introduced by a former San Diego City Council member who turned assembly member or something. So.
Yeah, there's and there folks in LA were very supportive of it too.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean it's going to be an interesting season.
Well, the biggest thing I think for us is not only the fact that we lose any kind of local control, is that we may get mired down in so many lawsuits, and you know that can break the bank too at some point in time. So council, what I'd like to do is there's some more information coming, and I do want to bring this back and have us give you actually a presentation, a different kind of presentation, and ask for you to make a decision on whether you'd like to support this or not. And if we choose not to support it, then at that time I would ask for no position, so that we, you know, wouldn't go one way or the other. We stay out of the fray, so to speak. So anyways, thanks a lot, Sean. Okay. All right then. That's going to take us to closed session, public employee performance evaluation. Thank you very much. Okay, bring us on, back on. Are we ready? Okay, great. Thank you very much. Let the record reflect that we have completed our closed session. We're back in regular session now, and the report from closed session is that the employee evaluation was completed. Thank you, and good night. We're adjourned.